Hello, hello, and welcome everybody to another Mac84 live stream as I turn on Do Not Disturb. Oh my goodness, how are you all doing today? Happy Friday, first of all. Yay! So I'm Steve, welcome to another Mac84 live stream. We're going to continue right where we left off from the previous stream, which if you have not seen that, there are probably three 3-hour videos of working on these. And these are Macintosh SE30 boards that... what fell off there? Oh, the chip here that I've been fixing up. So yeah, these are working partially. Well, let me rephrase that. The two I already repaired are working fine. This one needs to have its caps put back on, and we need to replace this chip. That's where we left off last time because there were some broken traces and some rough pieces of soldering right under those two chips. So I erred on the side of caution there, and I removed those chips there to fix trace to have a permanent repair there. So we're going to continue here and just look at the chat real quick and say hello to everybody. Then we're going to dive right in and we're going to look at this board and try and finish what we started. And if this is successful, I have plenty of other stuff to work on. So. Alright, so we have Jay here. It's not fixed yet. We have Jocelyn. We have Backup Battery. Interesting name. We have... who else? We have Vina. We have Bruce from Breakfast Creations. Hello, Bruce. We have Terry. We have Vandalay. We have Justin. We have Nick. And let's see. Nicholas is here. And Retrotech is here. And Sunny is here. Okay, great. So... got a few folks here already. I'm going to put my keyboard on the side here. We're going to turn on my soldering iron live because if it starts blowing up, I want you guys to see it. So far it's behaving itself, so that's good. Beep. All right. Excellent. Just let you sit there for a moment. Alright, so we're going to switch over to the microscope view here. We're going to get right into it. I know, we're not going to dilly-dally. So, happy weekend, everybody, Storm Crash. Alright, so, let's get started here. So, this was the SE30 that I was working on previously. And as you can see, this is where a chip goes. So, this is one of the Sony chips here. I believe they are sound chips. Someone's going to correct me if I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong on that. But either way, I had to remove the chips because, as you could see by the solder mask here, there were some questionable traces there. So, it only went supernova that one time, Bruce, and I've used that tip afterwards and it's been fine. So, fingers crossed. I'm not in a hurry. It's only 9 o'clock on a Friday. We're going to be here till 9 a.m., folks. Buckle in. Oh, boy. Alright, so... let's see what we can do here. Let me just grab this little piece of fuzz here. We don't need that there. And alright. So what I'm going to do is going to place this chip back on the board. Of course, making sure the orientation is correct. This little notch here indicates, just like the pattern there on the circuit board, that little notch there. So that's in good shape. So we're just going to plug that back in there. We always have to make sure, as I am doing now, that sometimes, you know, when you take these chips out, the pins bend a little bit. So I'm just going to look at this visually, and sure enough, one or two are sticking out a little bit different than the rest of them. So you don't want to force it there, you just want to align that correctly. You just got to keep searching. I sent you the PDF to read. Got to read it. No one's going to help you with the page number there, I'm sorry. Look through it. Just keep looking, you'll find it. They're on different pages. I have confidence in you. Alright, so we're going to put that chip back in there. There we go. Now we just have to solder the back of that. So that's what we're going to do. Excuse me. And yeah, let's hope that that works for us. So let me just adjust this under the microscope so I can see. We're going to load this up with some flux. And then we're going to solder. Solder. So, Bruce, you have to tell us if you find anything interesting. Yes, 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 yes. That's right. Bruce had made a very interesting diagram to sort of, I guess, resolve issues that he had with some sound chips. So very, very good work there. Bruce linking in the chat there. Of course, you can go to recapamac.com for all of your recapping guides. That's where I got this one, and that's the one I'm following. So recapamac.com from Bruce Rain of Brankus Creations. Go to Brankus Creations on YouTube, and you better subscribe because, my goodness, what a fantastic channel he has. Alright, so I'm just going to solder a few pins here, just making sure this is steady. And we'll just proceed to do the rest. Do not vote Xserve. Yeah. Vote whatever you want. Is that the? I have to click on it to see. I forget what machines there are up this month. No, vote the original iMac. Oh, although the Quadra 950 is a good one too. Ooh, and I had the original MacBook, so that's a good one. And we're out of focus on the microscope. Sorry, did not notice. There we go. Much better. Much better. Yeah, when I flip over the board, there's always a height difference. So, all right. So we're just going to continue here. I think the Xserve must be one of the shortest lived Macintosh products. I mean, you exclude things like the iPod Hi-Fi and non-Mac items. I'm trying to think, I mean, that newer MacBook that had a very short life period, I mean, I guess that would beat it. Because the Xserve actually had a few generations, but I'm talking about like a class of a product. No, I guess that's not a horrible run. I don't know why I think of it as such a short run, but it really isn't. I withdraw my comment. Alright, so just taking a look here to make sure everything looks like it's happy and it's connected and we didn't bridge anything. I have to clean this up a little bit, but this is also going to go through the ultrasonic cleaner because I have three Macintosh SE30 boards that have to go through the ultrasonic cleaner. So I usually, if I get especially if they're the same series of board, and I was explaining this to one of the clients who messaged me about the SE30, because they saw me repair it and they were curious, hey, can you ship it back yet? What I usually tend to do is I have a pretty rigorous software and hardware test that I do with these machines. I'm not going to give away all the secrets, but it involves some hardware tests and involves some software tests. So enough said. But essentially, there's quite a series of things that I like to do to test these machines out. I want to make sure that when I fix something, it is in as good of a working order that I could test, so I don't get somebody receiving it on the other end going, I tested the serial port and it doesn't work, or I tried to boot from a floppy disk and it didn't work. And, this is why I charge what I charge, and this is, part of the service that you get if you are having me redo your boards, recap your boards, or repair your boards, because I have the capability to test this stuff. I'm sure as heck gonna use that to my advantage. So it's just a little spiel about that. So what I'd like to do is I'll wait until I have like one or two boards, put them all in the ultrasonic cleaner, when I can, and then I'll have my little testing bench set up with all the software and the hardware and all the cables and stuff like that. and I'll just have it all done in one go. It's just much more efficient for me to do so. I only have this one desk to play around on, so it's not like I'm taking things on and off the desk and this and that. I am seeing a wee little bit of solder mask I could slap on two of these parts here. I'm just gonna tin that actually, because that shouldn't. It's not really gonna touch anything. It should be okay. But yeah, this happens if you solder and desolder things a bunch. Sometimes you get little runaway things here, or not. Yeah, this is gonna be difficult because it's right next to. I might just end up putting solder mask on. I was gonna say, oh, I'll just coat that a little bit. Nah, might just be easier to go with the solder mask. Oh well. Let's clean up these joints here. So I made sort of a mess out of them. Oh, what am I doing? Too much solder on the tip, that's what. Ah! And that's what happens when you abuse your chat privileges. The moderators will swoop in. They are ruthless. So don't be stupid. Please. You want to say hi, you want to leave a message, you want to ask a question, that's totally fine. When you waste my time, bye-bye. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I'm going to have to clean up that solder joint because that just looks terrible. I mean, no one's going to look at it, but I do. No. I see things on the chat that people don't see. Especially when people try and spam and people block them immediately. So that's what I'm referring to. Okay, great. Alright, so we're going to fix that up once this board is all cleaned on the other side. But let's get to the capacitors, because that's what's remaining on this board. So let's move this over here. Alright, so there's a bit more UV solder mask I have to put on this side. But excited fans. Always a default profile picture. You can't even be lazy enough to... You can't even change your picture there. Hello, Joe. Welcome to the stream. We've got 25 or so people watching right now. Thank you very much for tuning in on your Friday night. I will try my best to keep you all entertained. I hope you've all had a good week. My goodness, my week was a bit of a tiring one. So I am glad to have it behind me. How about you guys? Hopefully your week has been okay. There's quite a lot of solder mask I'm going to have to put on this board, but I guess that's just the way of things. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I actually do the same thing. If Bruce is streaming or someone else is streaming, I'll put them on in the background. I'll clean up. I'll do something. So, great minds think alike. So I'm just going to put some flux everywhere. I'm just going to put a wee bit of solder on the board in those areas. Just to tin those traces here. Okay, do the same thing here. Could use some flux over there. And I think that'll be okay. And there we just need a little bit of an adjustment here. My hope was to do this earlier in the day, but for my lunch break I actually had lunch, believe it or not. So instead of a lunch break from work, working on some things for a little bit, I had my lunch and then it was back to work. So I did not have the chance to put the UV solder mask in this area and then just plop it out in the sun. It was only sunny for like a very short while today, so it was disappointing, but we're doing it now, so it's okay. Smash that like button. Or as Bruce said in the previous Mac Yak, smash that like button. It's very, very tiny little voice there. But more Arnold impressions. What are you talking about? Those are just horrible impressions. I don't know why anybody would want to hear those. Let's see. Emptying a warehouse. Be interested in more modern repairs. Well, I have more modern stuff to fix. I have a 24-inch Apple LED Cinema display I have to fix, so that might be up after this. I wouldn't hold your breath on that new iMac. I mean, it would be great to have one. I might even be in the market to purchase one, but I'm not holding my breath about it because I'm not getting my hopes up. Because the second I do is the second Apple's going to be like, hey, nope. I think iPads are a pretty safe bet because we've been hearing rumors about iPads for, I don't know, it seems like forever. Don't know if they're going to do iMacs just yet, but you never know. Apparently those M1 Macs are very popular to Apple's bottom line there, so that might be something they are interested in. Well, green is the obvious choice. You know, if they don't got a key lime, I'm not going to buy one. I mean, come on. Alright, so just cleaning this up here. I'm going to make sure everything is connected with the multimeter here. I could use an air tag for my head because I am constantly misplacing things. Alright, so let's just go here and here. Really? Really? So I'm getting a trace repair probably. So we go here, and then we follow this line, and you can't see it, but yeah. Ew, that stinks. Alright, so we're going to need to do a repair here because there is a break there. I thought I was just going to be able to mask over it, but it's not the case. Excuse me. Okay, so this is going to be fun because it's right next to those two pads there, and I'm sorry that things are out of focus here. Let me adjust this again. There we go. So it looked like, you know, this was fine, but let's follow this here. Oh, well, maybe I was following the wrong darn thing. Let's try that again before we make any decisions here. So I thought I tested this the other day. So that goes here, that line's in the middle here, and it goes all the way here. Okay, so. Very odd. I know nothing about cars in general. I put gas in, I use the key, and you fiddle with the pedals and the steering wheel, and eventually you get to where you're going. Is this multimeter just messed up today? Alright, so there is a break there. Alright, so we're gonna have to fix this up. Alright, well. Yeah, my useless knowledge ends with electronics. I don't really know too much about the automobiles. Not saying it wouldn't have helped in my life. I'm sure it would have. But it's just one of those things you don't know. Okay. Alright, so we should have enough room to work here to put a nice solid trace down. Let's clean this up a little bit. Well, we do a better job than that. Yeah, you can actually see, I just thought it was a reflection of the microscope. You could actually see here where there's bits of the trace missing. Good evening, everyone. So you can actually see in some places, you know, it's not too bad. It's, you know, it looks like it's connecting. In some cases, it actually does connect, but there could be some corrosion under that, which we just can't see. So what we're going to do is just going to replace the wire there. We're just going to run a new wire. Hey Joshua, welcome back. This is your board, of course. We do have to do some trace repairs here, unfortunately. And these are non-optional, because otherwise this thing is not gonna run. But right next to capacitor C6 here, you have a bad trace. Because continuity is not flowing through that, so we're just gonna do a little quick repair here. This shouldn't be too bad. And we'll get back to putting caps on. Make it so. Excellent. Just trying to get the correct length of wire here. I don't like to use what I don't have to here. And I'm using the stupid tweezers. Why am I doing that? Let's use the better tweezers here. Look at that. What difference the proper tools make. Okay, so we'll do about there. Just make the cut in the wire there. And I'm just going to melt the wire with the soldering iron, because this is enameled wire, so it has a clear, well in this case it's red, but it has a casing on it, so it is actually safe to run on a board without worrying about it touching things. And I just accidentally cut it, so we're going to do that again. You can't see really what I'm doing off camera here too well, but I accidentally pulled the wire too hard and it snapped. It wouldn't normally happen, but I was being silly, so. Okay, excellent. That should be good. So let's get some flux into that area here. Enameled wire for the win. Are you using the molten lava for soldering iron? I am. That's the only one that is currently on my desk that is plugged in. Well, that's turned on. The second it even has an inkling of going bad, it's getting returned. And I might still just return it anyway. But I have all these repairs to do, so I'm just trying to like get through these at least before I have to wait like a few business days for a new one to get here. So, all right, so let's try and get this down. All right, so now I have to use these tweezers. Wish I had a third arm, always set to welding mode. If this was made anywhere else but China, I would be stupidly surprised. Alright, so let's try and hold this here. Now that's not perfectly straight, but that's okay, because we're going to fix this up as we go along here. Yep, and there goes the wire flying across back to the spool, because that's the day this wants. This is the kind of repair this wants to be today. I see what you're doing here. I see. Sometimes you have to just go bit by bit to make sure everything is actually connected, because this iron gets very, very hot, and it could easily just desolder the entire thing in a blink of an eye. So I know that's not exactly straight there, but it is making a solid connection. And it's so solid that when I accidentally snagged the wire with my tweezers, it did not pull away from the board. So I'm going to just cut this very gently. Just wiggle the wire back and forth. There you go. So that trace should be resolved. What we're going to do, we're going to get the multimeter out again. Excuse me. And we're going to put it where this begins, over here. And we're going to put it over here. And we get continuity. Yay! Okay, so that is resolved. Excellent. One last thing to do. Oh yes, that is expert advice, Jay. Because I mean, Jay's worked on much smaller machines with much smaller wire gauges than I have. So this is a Q-tip here. This is a very small cotton bud. Look how large that looks under the microscope. These wires love to curl around. They love to just do all sorts of crazy stuff. So it's best that that you take your time and try and get them down there right. Now, let's see what else we have to do here. I think that's okay. Do some touch-ups around this area. This is where we may have to do some fixing here. Yeah, so those had little dots on there. That was probably the start of some corrosion. Just wanted to play it on the safe side, make sure that it wasn't. So got that away. I'm going to go over that with the soldering iron. Then I'm just going to put some solder mask on it just to make sure that none of this stuff in the middle will touch either of those pads when we put a new capacitor on. So again, a lot of this stuff is just in case type things, but I don't want to have to repair a machine again. So that's the stance I take on it. Okay, so we're just going to get the UV solder mask out here. And we're going to paint delicately on the board as best we can. I'm not a UV solder mask artist, but I'll do my best here. So. Sort that out a little bit. This there. Anything that's close enough to a capacitor, like these traces here, I want to put some solder mask over. I know it looks a little excessive in some spots. I could clean that up a little bit later. But I just want to make sure nothing is going to touch something that it shouldn't. Should be okay. Got to clean up some of the excess here, but alright, so let's try and clean this up a little bit. Well, 1 is usually the starting number of a lot of things. Maybe just a coincidence. Just gonna cut a cotton swab here so it's not as big and puffy. We could hopefully get a small amount of that solder mask off without taking all of it off. Then we get all these little fuzzies behind. Not that they were going to harm anything, but sometimes they are so difficult to see on the board that you can't even spot them. But all right, that should be okay. It's not the cleanest, but a capacitor is going to go right over it to protect anything. Well, to shield anybody from looking at it, rather. Okay, so I think that'll be alright. Excuse me. Alright, so we're just going to dim the light here a little bit so I can get a better idea of where I am pointing this laser. We might be here for a while because there's a lot of UV solder mask here to cure. Yeah, I am certainly glad I'm not in the market to buy a new GPU because, my goodness, those prices are silly high right now. I mean, they were silly high the last time I was looking at that, and then, you know, because of all the Bitcoin mining, which tells you how long ago I was looking at that. And then now they're even silly again. So, you know, you can't win, I guess. Pew, 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 pew. try and make it exciting, but then nothing will dry. Yeah, if I was doing this in the daytime, I could simply just go outside and just leave the board in the sun for a few minutes and be done. But since there's no UV light in my basement right now, except a little pin here, I'm going to work with what we got. I think that's the one I have. It's either 960 or 970 or something like that. I honestly forget because I had the 670 or something, and then I went to the... So I always get confused. But, yeah. So that's... Honestly, for the games I play, it's usually fine. I don't play anything too new anyway. But, I did see an increase in a few... I actually upgraded the SSD of my PC, my gaming PC. I went from a traditional SATA SSD to one that was right on, just socketed right onto the logic board, motherboard rather, of the PC. And my goodness, that gave a huge performance bump. And it didn't hurt that I reinstalled Windows, so all the crap that was on there for years was gone, and it was a fresh start. So that, of course, factors into a lot of things. But so Joe said he soldered a UV LED and a resistor to a board mount USB jack. Instant UV curing lamp. That's a good way of doing it. I'm just using this laser because that's what I picked up, but it may just be the batteries, or it may just be because I'm using it more and more, and I'm getting impatient. But it takes a little while. But hey, Patch Thunder, didn't see you there. I do have to apologize. I was mixing you up with somebody else. You have a sort of an orangey shade to your avatar icon, and a similar name to somebody who was contacting me elsewhere. So apologies. But I will talk to you about your LC soon, and hopefully we can get that working for you. Yeah, reboot, restart, and reinstall. Or as a friend of mine used to say, format in all capital letters. Just format! Just erase it all, just format! But yeah, I mean, I really strictly only use the PC for gaming, and then there are like a few command line programs that I have to run for video restoration things. Very niche projects that I'm working on. That are only running on Windows. So it's like, alright, well, it's the PC I use, so. Good evening. But, oh yeah, I have way more Macs in the house than I have PCs. My goodness. Your pride Mac OS 10 for my cold, dead hands. Yeah, I mean, once you factor in the software and everything, the Macs usually win out. That's a very good question, Greg, about how do you know if you have a short. You basically have to use some common sense there. If the machine is not turning on, if your power supply is clicking, you might have a short. If you know the pin out of something, let's say like the power connector or a USB port or something, and one pin is ground and one pin is positive, and then you touch the two together and the multimeter says, hey, those are both connected, you may have a short. And there's no easy answer to say, oh, by the way, that's where your short is. No, you have to basically do a diagnostics on your board to try and figure out what's going on. And I say this from experience. I have a few boards which I've had shorts on, and it's just trial and error of figuring out what the heck is going on. And some I've never fixed. So, hey, Trina, welcome to the stream. Excuse me. So, I am launching a Discord channel sometime in the near future. No strict date on that because I have to figure out all the permissions and all the channel settings and all this boring stuff. But one of the ideas I had behind this is I wanted to do have a voice chat channel where a few of you guys can maybe talk to each other or whatever, if you wanted to. While I'm streaming, that might be something fun to do, I don't know. So, just a heads up on that. You'll probably see an announcement on my Twitter, or I'll mention it here on the channel sometime in the future. But It started a fire. Well, if it shorted and it started a fire. Oh wait, we had a short in our backyard that was easy to see, but it was 10,000 volts. My goodness, was that like an AC unit or what? What was going on with that? That's scary. MySpace page. I dare not look at my MySpace page. I think I used to have an ICQ number. I forget. Alright, so we're just curing this solder mask. We're just curing this solder mask here, so it's going to take a little bit, but that's what we're doing. Oh no, I'm not going to be listening to you all. You're going to be listening to each other on a voice chat. There is no way I can pay attention to the two things at the same time. Oh, only 220 VAC. That's all. New GeoCities. Alright, where else? Is that... I can't tell if I did this one before. Everything just starts to look the same after a while. No, that one's hard. That one's not. Oop. See, that's what happens when you don't clean it, or you leave too much... You leave too much alcohol on the board, it'll just slide right off. If the board's not clean, the UV solder mask is not going to stick. So we'll just redo this. Rookie mistake of mine. That should be fun. Let's try it again. Every once in a while my PC will blue screen and it just doesn't make any sense of why it's doing it, but Michael, that is a very scary thought. Maybe I won't do voice chat after all. Yeah, I mean, when I built my PC, I had Windows 7 on it. I know we're talking about PCs, but there's a point to this story. And eventually I got 8.1, and then I bit the bullet and got Windows 10. And I was surprised because I thought Windows 10 would be complete garbage. But I think all the negative responses that they got from 8 and 8.1, they really were like, alright guys, we gotta do something better than that this time. And it's really, I mean, look, for what I use it for, I play games, or I check my email, or I use the EEPROM programmer software, or I use some other very specific stuff. I'm not really pushing the system too far. And the OS seems to be much more stable than anything else I've used on that machine. So that's a good thing. So stability is important. Well, that's always a lovely thing about dumpster diving and grabbing parts. You never know if they're going to be the cause of a problem down the road. Oh yeah, now I tried to disable as much of that as I could. But thankfully I use that machine so sparingly for just a handful of tasks that it's really a non-issue for me. I mean, I could be nitpicky, but I just ignore some things. Alright, so let's get started on this little area over here. I have always been spoiled by Spotlight on Mac OS X. So whenever I do a search for something on a PC, the results are always just garbage. I'm just like, what is this? This is not what I wanted. I'm doing a search for this. What do you show me this for? So this is Tim's board. So Joshua's son, Tim, this is his board here. So this is the same board that we were working on the other night when I did part 3 of the SC30 live streams in this little series. And so there are quite a few traces, unfortunately, that needed some attention here. We had 3 traces, well, 2 traces that we had to connect with the wire, and the rest just touch us with some solder. And now we're just putting some ultrasonic mask, solder mask on here, and hitting it with the UV light just to make sure that we don't have anything touching these metal bits that were previously exposed. Have to clean up this area. It got all yucky. And that solder mask is not going to stick if things are yucky in this area. Alright, so I actually have to apply a pretty sizable amount here to cover this wire, because that enamel has been burned off of that cable. If I was smarter, I would have left some of it on, but alright, excellent. That should do. In the words of Bruce Wayne, smash that like button. Thank you for keeping everyone awake by proxy, Bruce. Yeah, I promise we're going to get to more exciting things. We're going to just solder some caps on, then we'll be able to get this to work, but there's a lot of prerequisites before we get there, so use this time to ask me some questions. Let's chat about some things. Let's talk. I was born on the bad search, molded by it. Awesome, Logan. That's all you need to hear. Yeah, I just despise search on Windows. I mean, maybe things are just not indexed properly or whatever. I've just never gotten used to it. I always just been spoiled by Tiger back in, 2004, 2005, 2003, whenever that came out, where the Spotlight was introduced. It got much better over the later OS versions, but my goodness. I mean, you could just search for a word that's inside of a PDF, and it'll be like, oh yeah, there it is. And it's like, oh, thank you. He smashed it so hard, the mouse button broke. Oh, don't worry, Bruce. It's a Friday night. I probably will be. Take care. Have fun doing what you're doing. So this is such a large blob here. I'm just leaving this on here. I don't want to screw this up. So this SE30 seems to be in pretty good shape. It did turn on and boot up before it was sent to me. Had some sound issues, and some of the caps were really nasty on this one. So we all cleaned that up in the previous stream. So now we're just fixing up some of these traces. Then we're going to slap some caps on here. We should be all good to go after that. So right now it's just sort of the slow part of the stream. We're just doing some UV solder mask work here, and it takes its time. Let's give that a little jab here. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, so let's move on to, we have a few more little areas here that we have to focus on, and we should be good to go. Yeah, I'm very glad that the battery did not leak on this, because that would have been a heck of a lot of fun. Joe knows that from experience on a board that his friend sent him, where the battery just destroyed a bunch of traces and a bunch of vias and all that fun stuff on his SE30. So that is a very, very real danger on the SE30 and a lot of these old Macs, obviously. Anything that has a battery in there like that, you have to be very, very careful. I want to remove those right away. Thankfully, only one machine from my personal collection so far, knock wood, has destroyed itself from a battery. And that was a Performa, what was it, 476 or 467, one of the pizza box ones. The battery just went BAM! Just destroyed itself. So get the damn batteries out. I'm sorry for the coarse language, but you gotta get those damn batteries out. You're destroying your little computers. I still have that performance somewhere. Maybe it can be fixed, I don't know. Of course I don't throw anything out because I have a problem. Anyway, let's see if that... Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think everything is okay here. Yeah, alright, so let's put some caps on. Woo! Party! No party like a recapping party. Alright, so let's get this clear so everybody can see. Alright, so we're going to put some caps on here. Let's see if we have the right version of the recapping guide. We do. And in this case, flip this over just to not confuse myself. We are putting a 1 microfarad 50 volt capacitor here, and the rest of the board are pretty simple. So let me put the UV solder mask cap back on so I do not lose it. Let's get our flux here. I'm going to put the first new cap on the board, and this should go fairly quickly if we're lucky enough. This shouldn't take too long. So let's get the soldering iron out. Let's put some fresh solder on the end of that soldering iron here. And it's not going to lay 100% flush because of the way the solder mask is underneath, but that's okay. It is making a good connection. And just going to use our multimeter here just because that cap is just the size of that pad. Just want to make sure. Yeah, you do need the battery to save the date and some preferences and stuff. But other than that, it's not really like a huge requirement. I usually have a lot of batteries just out of my machines. I usually just, obviously I don't store them with the batteries, but I usually just don't really have the batteries in there. Unless I'm doing something like using that machine daily. Like the Quadra 800 behind me. Over there. Yeah, right there. Right there. I actually have 2 AA batteries plugged into that because I don't know where the heck my PRAM battery is. I'll probably be able to find one around here. I just don't, I have these batteries. Let me just plug it in. Boop, works. So, all right. So how many 47 microfarad capacitors we need? We need 10 for this board. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dump those there. Got one that ran away. And another 5. All right. So let's clip the excess plastic on this thing. No. Just started peeling away more plastic than I needed to. End up with capacitors all over the floor. No, thank you. No, thank you. Where'd the bag go? The bag fell too. How about that? No, grab that. It is a bit of an obsession, maybe. Oh, I would bet there's cap damage, but I would bet the battery hopefully is not exploded. Hopefully you could open that up and let us know. I'd be happy to give you some tips. Hopefully you could get that working. Alright, so we're going to put the rest of the caps on here in this little happy area here. Just going to add some flux. So I'm actually going to do the more difficult one first to get that out of the way. And that is this one right next to that chip that we had to remove here. That's not going anywhere. Excellent. I'm just going to touch up the other side of that there too. Good join there too. Awesome. So we're just going to give that capacitor a bit of a nudge. That's not going anywhere. The same with this one. Yay! Alright, so we're going to continue along here. Making sure that everything is correct. So again, if you're new here, well not again, but the first time I'm going to say it now, the little stripe on the capacitor here, that points towards the positive connector there, so you want to make sure the polarity is correct. We don't want any exploding capacitors or any funny business going on here. Different versions of the Mac OS will be more Y2K compliant than others. There are some fan-made, settings, control panels rather, that will allow you to set like up to 2024, 2048 or something like that. But there are some things that are hardware-based that we're going to run into an issue in a few years, because some of the oldest versions of the Mac OS and some of the older versions of the, I guess the processors or whatever, do have a date limitation. I think 2048 is one of the big ones, and there's one I think that comes slightly before that. So we'll be okay for a while, and you know what? In some cases you can just use a similar calendar. I forget what there's a fancy term for it, but you could use a calendar of like, say, 1993 for 2021. I think that's a good example. Alright, so we have our new caps on here. They are solid, they're not going anywhere. So let's move along. We have 3 to do over here. We have more traces to fix there. Let's not do those right now. Let's do the easy ones first, then we'll save those for a later time, for a few minutes from now. Alright, so just going to do these 2 caps here. No traces required or fixing or any in-depth work like that, so these will go pretty quick. So, once these machines are in good shape, you could finish these boards in an hour or so. But you can see there were, how much extra work is involved when you just got to fix one trace. You gotta fix it. You gotta put something on there so it doesn't touch anything. You just gotta be very careful. It helps if you don't move your hands. Okay, here's the next one here. Sorry, it's going to be out of focus. The board is slightly off the table. So. Excellent. So this one should be good. Nudge, nudge. It's good. This one as well. All right. Sweet. Thanks. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised. The LCs do have a cluster of capacitors, just like the SE30 here, where there's tons of them just hanging out. And they, where is it? Right here. The LC3s and the LC2s, and they have a big cluster, but, sometimes they're okay. We'll see. Hopefully we'll get yours on the bench sometime soon. We'll take a look. Alright, so here's another area. We do have to fix this up slightly. A lot of touch-ups on this board, unfortunately. It's just slowing us down a little bit, but I would rather take the time and do the job properly than to have this machine be back on my desk. And it's just my personal preference. Saves my time and saves the time of my clients. Alright, so let me get a better look at this. Make sure. So there's actually some more crud here. These little dots here. Need to come off. And we have some over here as well. Nothing huge, but you don't want to, leave something in place and then it comes back to bite you. So. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Yes, cleaning the boards is always good, just to, because you may not see it, but there could be corrosive stuff on the board, and by you just cleaning it a little bit, that sometimes just is good enough just to prevent things for the period of time until you can get it resolved. So this board looked really clean when I got it. Obviously we know there are some issues now, but it looked pretty clean. Just make sure that trace is okay. Yeah, it's making a good connection there. And that's making a connection there. Okay, so I think we're in good shape here. Just going to clean this up a little bit. Going to put some solder mask on here. That's the only one I'm going to have to do because I'll move the cap up here so it's not going to really touch anything. That's really the only reason I'm putting UV solder masks on these areas, just to make sure they don't touch anything directly by or under a cap. Yes, exactly. Just a temporary, if you're cleaning something, it's just a temporary fix. I can't tell you how many times I see people on Facebook or Reddit or whatever it is, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, my Mac Classic didn't boot, and then I put the board in my washing machine, and now it's great. It's like, okay, well, you temporarily fixed the problem. But I always like to say, it's like a flat tire. You have a flat. You have the core problem of your tire needing to be replaced. If you put some more air in that tire, it's going to temporarily resolve the issue. But you have not resolved the problem at hand. So, and yes, it's easy for me to say by somebody who does this a lot and fixes these machines, but alright, so we're just going to put some UV solder, UV light on this. Good, I can't speak today. We come to a man in New Jersey who spends most of his time in his basement fixing old computers. His wife says he's wasting his time. No, she's very supportive. This is A&E. Well, we will get that machine on my workbench as soon as possible, I assure you. Well, I tell you what, if you told me 25 years ago that holding on to these old machines would be useful one day, I would have thought you were crazy. And all my family members would have thought you were crazy too. But with a collection like I have, it's actually good because I have the majority of Apple models I could actually test with. You give me a motherboard, I have the CRT, I have the power supply. A lot of these places that they offer to recap things, they may not have those. I'm not saying they don't, but they may not. And then it puts them at a disadvantage and puts you at a disadvantage because they can't test it properly. And it may be something really simple, but, they say, oh, yeah, my recapping job looks good enough, I'll send it back, and then, you don't have sound or you have another problem. That's why it takes me so long to fix some things sometimes, but fixing problems that are not capacitor related is really an art inside its own. No, I cannot test a TAM. I don't have a TAM. I don't have a Macintosh portable. I'm trying to think what else I don't have. That's the shorter question. I don't have a TAM. I don't have a Macintosh portable. Some early PowerBooks I don't have. Well, working. That's about it, I think. That's about it. I think I pretty much have a lot of other stuff. Yeah, a little stand for this light would be helpful. Yes, Neil, that is definitely in need of a recap, especially the sound is a dead giveaway there. Oh, got left behind. No! Can you fix relationship problems? Well, for the low fee of $99 an hour. You have to treat your Macintosh Classic with respect. That's Dr. Steve. Dr. Mac84 presents Bonding with Your Mac. Alright, I think that's enough UV solder mask curing time. Yeah, that's good. And the rest are okay. They're not going to touch anything. So let's put some flux on here. And let's replace this capacitor. Would help if we had some solder on the end of our soldering iron, now wouldn't it? Now I do notice that this little valley here is a little bit... There's a little bit gunk. There's a lot of gunk in there, so I'm just getting some of that off. I think that's still making a good connection, though. Yeah, there's just some corrosive gunk in there we don't want hanging out. And the rest of that will come off when we do the ultrasonic clean for this, but that should be okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm missing some of the chat here. I apologize. There's just a bunch of people here today. Hello, all 40 of you. Thank you for stopping by. I do greatly appreciate it. Anything retro that's non-Apple, non-Mac I'd like to get a hold of? A few of the Apple II things, you know, Apple II series machines would be cool to have. There's certainly a few old PCs, old video game stuff I'd love to have. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but... You and your partner have to be able to use other connections than USB. FireWire is a great example. I don't know why I started sounding like Bill Clinton there, but that's where my Dr. Phil impression goes. No! I'm going to hide those socks, Mike. Welcome to the stream, Mike. Bunnies. I love my bunnies. Yeah, I mean... That doesn't look too bad. Okay, so let's move along here. I'm saving this for the last, because it's going to... Well, it's this second to last here. This is going to be annoying, because there's quite a few little pieces that we're going to have to paint here. So let's just get that over with, because it's going to be more curing. I know it's boring, but it has to be done. And this just is a perfect example also. I kept saying how beautiful this board looked when I got it, and it did look pretty good, but you never know what you're going to find until you start moving components, until you look at it under a microscope, and you know, you're trying to inspect these things and everything. So that's why it's always difficult when I give people a quote. I say, look, it's going to cost between this and this. Like, I don't know, because I'm not looking at it under the microscope. Because sometimes you can get real lucky and things could just be perfectly fine. And other times you'll be like, oh no. But this really isn't too... I'm not trying to make a fuss out of this. This board really isn't too bad. You gotta be careful, you could easily rip the pad off, like I almost did, but sort of get a feel for it after a while. Alright, so see two areas we're going to have to put some solder mask. The rest shouldn't be too problematic, because no components are really going to be touching those areas. So we're going to have to put some solder mask there. And then this little dot that got scraped away there, we're just going to put some there just to play it safe. And there as well. So we get 3 little spots. Nothing too horrible. What's the most you've ever paid for a Mac? Brand new or used? The most I've ever paid for like a Mac that I want to collect, I don't know, like $200 or $300. Really, that's, I'm pretty frugal. So, and I can probably remember one was a Key Lime iBook, which had problems. It's not perfect, but I paid something like $200 and a little bit more for shipping for that. That was a few years ago. I already had one, but I wanted the box, and it had the box and everything. The other was years and years ago. It was $300 or so for a G3 mini tower model, but it was still a powerful machine then. So this was early 2000s. I'm trying to think, because you got to remember, I got a lot of my collection, like the majority of it, back when this stuff was undesirable. Nobody wanted anything to do with Apple. Nobody wanted anything to do with Macintosh computers. So I lucked out. Thank you, Mike. You don't have to do that, but it's very much appreciated. Yep. Thank you very much, Mike. Steve, you know this will be my SE30 when you rescue it from my ex. It's either going to be beautiful with a ton of issues or the battery will have exploded and destroyed it after 8 years. Yeah, this is true. This is true. I hope you get that soon, Mike. No worries. You go back to bed. Enjoy yourself. I know you got to get up early tomorrow, so. Sorry, just catching up. A lot of chat here. Yes, I love my bunnies. Oh, thank you very much, Justin. Eep! Thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. Yes, we'll have to go on a rescue mission together. Although Mike says it's not far from his house, so I don't know why he needs me to drive 3 hours just to help him carry an SE30. No, I'm joking. He probably has other junk there he needs help carrying, and I would be happy to assist him. I've told him many times. So after Mike visits me next weekend, because hopefully that event isn't rained out, but either way he's coming over for that VCF swap meet. After that, next time I'm going over his place, and we're gonna maybe then we could rescue that Mac. What do you say, Mike? We could poke around with it at your house. I'll bring my soldering iron and a hazmat suit. I'm just teasing you, Mike. No, I promise. It'll be fun. You set a date, we'll make it happen. How about that? Alright, so just cleaning this area up so we can put down some of the solder mask and have it actually stick. And then we just need some over here. That should be all we need. Perfect. And sorry if that was sort of off camera there. Alright, maybe I won't bring my soldering iron. I don't want to cause Mike problems. Yeah, he fixed my SE30, but he burned my damn house down. My cats are all charred. I did buy a Color Classic around 2005 or 2006 for like $40. And the guy threw in a Performa 575 board, I think, with it, or a 500 series board with it. So that was years ago. Man, that was a good buy. I should make a video just about the cheap pickups I've done in the decades. I sound like an old man. Back in my day, you could get color classics for $40. I honestly don't remember where I got my second color classic from. I remember buying the one there. Maybe there was a second one there. I don't remember. It's been so long. There's a fire extinguisher upstairs. Hey, thank you very much, Vandalay. Eep! Vandalay Industries. Say Vandalay! Say Vandalay! I traditionally do not fix PC motherboards. However, if there's a particular issue, let's say it needs a new cap or a socket's loose or something, I could certainly try. The reason I sort of shy away from that is I don't have as much experience fixing PCs, therefore I don't have a lot of stuff set up. I don't have any schematics. I don't have recapping diagrams or anything like that. So if it's a quick fix, then yes, that's, well within my capabilities. It's the time invested in finding out all the information. So, for example, Bruce from Bregus Creations, recapamac.com, has these excellent recapping guides. They are very easy to follow, tells you all the information you need to know. And knowing these machines and working on them for so long, I have a good understanding of if I fix something and something doesn't immediately work, I have a good understanding of what the potential problem could be. Whereas with the PC, sure, I may be able to guess, but it's probably not going to be as efficient on it. I'm probably going to charge you more than I would because there were a lot of unknowns there. But that's just, just ballpark stuff. Indigo iBook, $50, nice. That reminds me, a few years ago, I actually did pick up like 2 iBooks. I think I paid $60 for one and maybe $70 or $80 for another. But they were in good shape. Of course, this was like right before, a year or two before I went to the e-waste place and got them for like a little cheaper than that. But yes, we did get a cool keyboard for that compact. Oh, thank you very much, Trina. Yeah, if the PC is vintage, if obviously, if it's vintage, Joe makes an excellent point, then it's worth fixing up. But modern stuff, I mean, unless it's like, look, unless you really need to fix a very particular thing or it's expensive or whatever, probably not worth it. But that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's accurate. Now, don't get me wrong. I'd love to have some old IBM PS2s or stuff like that. I have some PCs. Surprisingly, I have some Commodores. I have a ColecoVision Atom. I have an IBM PS2. I have an IBM PS1. I have a few Ataris. I have a few old DOS and early Windows machines. I have a few, just not a lot. Yeah, exactly what Logan CTR is saying in the chat. The PCs, there's just so many variables. Macs is sort of like a smaller subset. I could, I already know most of this stuff because I'm a dork anyway. So it's less intensive. Oh, an IBM Portable. Well, Mike might be your guy there. He might have went to sleep already, but he's still in the chat. But might be something easy. All right, so let's put some flux where it belongs, and put some capacitors where they belong, huh? Huh? That's right. I think I missed a cap. Yes, I did. I missed one over there. We'll have to go back and fix that. Thankfully, most of the PC stuff that I've dealt with, when I dealt with PCs, because I used to do computer repair, like get your viruses off, and I would charge stupid little money, like $30, $40. I didn't have a job. I was, I was a kid in high school. I was excited to get like 50, 60, 70 bucks, I remember last time I made this mistake. I remember being worried that the person wouldn't pay enough, so I lowered my price, and their response was, "Oh, it's only that much?" I'm like, "Ah, damn it. Should have asked for more." But never undervalue your time. I see a lot of people doing that, and it's like, look, your time is worth what it is for you. You gotta factor that in. I didn't do that tiny one up there, did I? I'll fix that. Because don't forget the time that you spent to, buy the tools, learn how to use these tools, diagnose things, read about things, and it all adds up. Jeez, my hand got real twitchy there for a second. Okay, excellent. So we have 3 more caps to replace on this board. 1 tantalum and 2 axial. Alright, so 1 more cap to fix over here. And that could be cleaned up a little bit. Yeah, I'm worried about the pad toward the bottom of the screen here. Because that is just, it's gone. Like the connector, so much gunk in there. I think that's still connected. So let's clean that up a little bit. Just put some flux there. I'm just gonna put some solder on that point when we put the cap in there, just to keep it in place. But it is connected to the other side of the board, which is good. So don't have to worry about that making a connection. We just want to make sure it's solid for the future. I just want to make sure that we could keep like a little edge there to that one. So let me just fix it up here. And hello to all 40 of you still watching. Greatly appreciate it. We are nearing the spot where we could test this machine soon enough, hopefully. I'm very excited for that. Okay, so I got a bit of a coating there. That should be okay for now. Alright, now we have to get this old solder out of these pads here to resolve, put some fresh axial capacitors there. So let's try that. We might have to switch soldering tips here. Yes, we will. Yes, we'll have to. We're going to turn this off first, just to play it safe. Flux, some more flux. That's right. Yeah, a lot of these are very time consuming. There's no way around that. I mean, I could say, look, if you send me a few boards, you know, I could give you a bit of a discount, but a lot of this stuff, it just takes time. As you can see, I mean, we had a clean looking board, but there's a lot of little areas that require attention. Okay, it did not go supernova. That's an excellent sign. So just going to put some flux on these points here. As we're working on this. Cut off the edge of this solder wick here. Try that again. Okay, that one's down. Sometimes adding some fresh solder there and then wicking it away does the trick, so we're going to try that. I'm going to try again. Alright, well, I'll try that from the other side. Let's move on over here. Same thing. Okay, good. So we still have 2 holes here to clear. I'm going to try clearing them out from the back of the board here. So let me just put some flux down where they are. There's one there. It's there. I'm just going to try and reflow some solder there. See if that'll do the trick to get these done. Let's focus. The heck is that doing there? Go away. Piece of wood from the board underneath. Well, the end is close, fellas. I promise you. We're gonna get this. Almost. Very close. Might be able to get the rest from the other side. Try this one again. Next to C2. The front of the board or the other side of the board? Yeah, I'll check that out. Well, we have to go there anyway. So let's... Been going for almost 2 hours now. Hopefully, hopefully we can get this done, because I want to finish this up here. Alright, that I might just have to wiggle the capacitor through there. I'm not going to spend ages getting that one clean. It's annoying sometimes. Even I have trouble getting these pathways clear sometimes, but I'm not going to spend forever on it. That's close enough. Alright, so SE has a hard drive size limit. It depends on the operating system. I think the logical limit is something like 2 gigabytes or no. I think the logical limit is like a terabyte or something, but the volume size can only be 2 gigabytes depending on the version of the system. Sometimes it's 1 gigabyte. So just you just gotta do some Googling. You'll figure it out. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. All right, so we're taking 147 470 microfarad capacitor. It's an axial one. This machine needs one of those, and then we need one of the 220 microfarad 16 volt capacitors. So I'm going to take those. I will check that one moment. Right by C2. I thought I just looked there. This is intentional. If you're thinking of this, that's intentional. This is intentional. It's not anything by accident. That's an intentional. This socket is a little weak there. So if that's what you're talking about, Jeffrey, just let me know. Yes, Nick. All in well due time. Oh, I see what you're talking about there. I see what you're talking about there. Around this little chip. I think it just a little solder ball. Thank you. Good eye. Good eye to you. Yeah, I didn't see that. It was right on the little chips here. I'll do a closer inspection before I test this. Obviously, it's going to be ultrasonically clean because I see another little thing here that we're gonna try and get out of there. This will be ultrasonically clean, so you know anything like that will be removed. But it's good to spot those things when you can early on. Okay, so everything else looks okay. If anyone else still spots anything, just let me know. Everything else looks okay. Alright, so I try and put these capacitors in. So the first one that's going in here, this is a 470 microfarad 16 volt capacitor. Going to make sure that the lines here, well, you might be able to see it if I turn it. The lines here are pointing to the right, the arrows. That's where it's pointing to the negative side, so just going to make sure that it is rotated correctly. Okay, and then we're just going to bend these pins appropriately so these axials will sit right in place. You'll probably see me do this a dozen times before. I'm just going to fix this one just a little bit. Hopefully that'll be okay. Alright, and yeah, so I couldn't clear that one hole there. So what I'm going to just have to do is just put some heat on there and just push it down gently, and that should just guide it into there. I'm not going to be able to really do this on camera. My apologies, but there we go. So just finish that. There we go. Alright, cool. Alright, so that cap is through. Let me do the same for the other one. So this is a 220 microfarad 16 volt. I'm going to make sure the negative is pointing the correct way, and it is. Should use my pliers, not the tweezers. But sorry, I'm just aligning this up right, and then we'll move along, and I'll take a look at the chat. Not my fault I have a good taste in catchy tunes. Alright, that one went right through smoothly, so let me just bend the pins on the bottom of the board. And we're going to just solder those. Let me get this in focus for you so you can actually watch something interesting. There we go. Okay, so just add a little flux on the edge of these here. And I'm going to switch to the, we'll keep this on there. Tip, rather. We don't need to. Alright, so we're just snipping the extra parts of the legs off here that we don't need. Get that solder ball out of here. Get out of there. A little bit of a an odd one there, but there we go. Should be fine. Alright, so we should be good to go. As far as cleaning this up, let me just put a little alcohol on here and scrub a dub-dub. Okay, we're almost ready to test this thing. Just gonna do a quick visual check. Gonna dry some of this alcohol here. Let's read some of the chat here. Hey, Zodium! Yar, sea shanties! If I knew a sea shanty tune, I would somehow make up Macintosh lyrics, but I don't know a sea shanty tune. I guess I could think of a stupid one off the top of my head. The only one that I know is like the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. But that's not really a sea shanty. Alright, so let's take a careful look at the board here. There's some extra flux and stuff I'm going to be cleaning up as we go along here. And a lot of this will get cleaned up with the ultrasonic, but alright, that's going to the positive. That's going to the positive, 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 positive. Make sure everything is in the right polarity here, so we have no surprises. I'm going to nudge all of these with my finger, just make sure they're not moving. Clean up some of the extra flux we have around some of these areas. Not that it's going to harm anything, but don't want to take any chances. Make sure these axials are in good. All right, I think we are ready to test it. What do you guys say? I think so. So I'm going to go ahead and just clean up a little bit here so I can make some space on the desk. Turn off the iron because we're not going to need it for the next part. Okay, I'm just going to grab the memory modules for this one. So we have the ROM sim and we have some memory modules. I always encourage my clients to send me their originals because if I test them with my own and it works fine and I send them back and all of a sudden it doesn't work for them, then we did not test part of the equation here. So what do you guys think? Do you think this is going to work? I have high hopes. So this particular machine has all plastic ROM sims. Wow! You have 64 megabytes of memory here. You have some swanky OWC 16 megabyte memory modules. Very, very cool. If that will focus here. Oh, come on, you silly camera. Go focus. Focus. I'm too lazy to... There we go. Very cool. Jay's favorite company. Alright, so let's plug in these memory modules. And it might take a while to boot here because of all this memory. But that's okay. Let's put all these back in a little bag. Okay, alright, so let's oh, that's right. Is this camera not plugged in? Yeah, this camera was giving me issues, so I unplugged it. So what I'm going to have to do... Yeah, it seems to be holding the sim okay. If not, I'll take a look at it. But thank you. I'm actually going to switch the camera here. So let me switch back to the microscope view so you don't get dizzy here, because I have to unplug this camera from its mount. Now turn it upside down, screw this thing on it, drop it. We run a professional show here. Alright, so this is going to give you a bit of a better angle here. Eep! Alright, so final check here to make sure I didn't bridge anything or something where it shouldn't be, etc. I think we're in good shape, so I'm going to bring over our helper chassis here. This is just a regular Macintosh SE, but it'll work with an SE30. So I'm going to plug in the speaker first. So we can actually hear if we get a nice chime. And then we're going to plug in our extension cable for the power here. That's good. And I'm going to get a keyboard and a mouse because I want to just do some quick tests if we can. Make sure everything is operating correctly. The Macintosh. Okay. All right. And for the heck of it, I have my SCSI 2SD here. I'm gonna plug that in to see if it wants to boot up correctly. All right. Excuse me. I'm gonna push this microscope back a little bit so I can move this piece of wood. I'm gonna rearrange the camera a little bit so everyone can see what's going on here. My mess of a workbench here. All right. Move you guys closer. Hopefully. All right. I think that gives you a pretty good view of what's going on. All right, place your bets, folks. Will this work? I have high hopes. If I can find the power socket without looking at it. All right, here we go. 3, 2. Make sure nothing is touching underneath this board. 3, 2, 1. Let's hear that chime. All right, well, it did something. And we got some lines here. All right, well, that's not a good sign, but let's work through this. So, let's first check the memory and the ROM sim. Make sure they're being seated correctly. Yeah, we got some sad chimes, but that's okay. Could also be very simply, more often than not, this is what happens. More often than not, especially with a board that has had this much capacitor goo on it, we may simply just need to run it through the ultrasonic cleaner. And that may just be what is causing some of this, but let's investigate further. So I'm just easing the ROM sim out of there. I'm just going to reseat everything here. Excuse me. It chimed, just not the chimes I was looking for. These aren't the chimes you're looking for. And my chair is going to run into the camera, so my apologies for that. Yeah, so it is not. Now, it could be something as simple as it doesn't like the memory modules. I see what Joshua was talking about. One of the clips is not letting it sit in there. I'm going to actually remove these memory modules for a moment. I'm going to use my own, which I know are working. They're only 1 megabyte, so I'm just very curious what is going on. And if not, I do have a few other problem areas I can check on the board. I don't recall seeing any particular damage around that, but those areas, but it does not hurt to check. So, yes, I could put my Rominator in there. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna take these modules out. To remember which little drawer I put my parts in as I look around like a groundhog. Alright, here's my ROM sim here. So we'll be testing with that. And I had 4 identical 1 megabyte memory modules. Did I leave those in here? Yeah, no, that's not the. Oh, I left mine over there. Let me go grab that. So 1 second. Oh no, yeah, I'm not doubting that. I'm just taking out some chances here, and just seeing if it's going to be happier temporarily, and then we'll work our way back from there. Yeah, they are. They're right over here. Yeah, I've no doubt they work. I'm just curious here. Because you do have to have all 4 of them be the same here. We have... Where the heck did the other 2 go? Did I move them around here? I might have. Yeah, let me just try with that then. Sorry, just give me a moment here. I'm trying to remember which ones I was using last on a very cluttered desk. Excuse me. I had like something caught in my throat, and it's been like that for the past 2 hours. That's the wrong type of memory. Can't use that. Everything looks beautiful. All right, so I'll try the same memory again. The same memory that you sent me in with. I forget if we have to. No. I think it's bank A. You just have to fill up. So let me try this again. And I see what you mean. That one bank is not really keeping the memory module 100% flush there, but it is making a connection. So try putting in our ROM sim here. I always forget which way this goes. Alright, so let's just try this again and see if we get a different result. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we got a regular startup chime that time. And we got a cursor! How about that? So it might just be the way that ROM sim was sitting. We clean that up, see if that was the culprit there. But we have a cursor. So that's excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Big mess of wires. Press R for ROM. And it's booting. No cursoring on this channel, thank you very much. Wondering why it's taking a little bit, but that screeching noise is my analog board. There's a problem with that. It's not the machine itself, but there we go. Full 65.5 megabytes of memory. Look at that. Well, you can't really see it. Let me move this a little bit closer. Here we go. Sorry for the flicker. And nothing's plugged into the SCSI port because we're running off of the ROM of the SE30. You doubted me all the way. Thank you very much, Jay, for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. Eep! Thank you very much. Alright, so let's quit this. Let's shut the machine down. I'm curious to test the ROM there. My goodness, that's an excellent super chat for you there. All things DG. Thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! Thank you very much. That's very, very generous of you. It's very kind of you. Very kindly appreciated. Thank you. Just take this this ROM chip off. Oh, good night, Retro Trekkie. Thank you very much for joining. Yes, I need a big eat button, like eep, and just smash it. Smash that eat button. Thank you very much for those super chats. It's very, very generous of you guys. Thank you very, very much. All right, so let's. How did that get over there? Oh, I know what I did. I was stuck to the side of that. Anyway, let's take out my ROM sim here. And let me take yours. Let me just clean this with the toothbrush here. Just in case something was touching something or something weird like that. And let's try seating this in here again. And giving it another go. 3, 2, 1. Alright, so it doesn't like your ROM sim. Now, we could try another ROM sim. Let me just steal one over here for a second. From another SE30 board. Just going to borrow this ROM sim. Try this again. 3, 2, 1. Now that is interesting. So it doesn't like the memory without the fancy ROM sim. So, very peculiar. Let's test something. What I'm going to do is use some of the smaller memory modules that I have on this board here. Just temporarily. Process of elimination to figure out what the heck is going on here. And of course Bruce is snoozing, so he's not around. But if I can't figure this out on stream, I will be sure to figure it out somehow. I hate these little plastic clips, I'll tell you what. Jeez. Yeah, the ROMinator does skip a memory check, so, I mean, it could just be that it's a configuration it's a little confused by, or maybe one of them's not making the best connection or something. Although it is failing very, very quickly. So that's. I'm just gonna replace the memory modules real quick, just to get from a starting point, and then we'll go from there. This is why you do in-depth testing. All these modules look fine. So let's do this. Let's put in these smaller modules here. These are from the other Tim's board, but I don't think he'd mind. Just temporarily borrowing them. Yeah, it seems this second slot, both sides, I mean, the plastic clip is broken on one side, but the other side it doesn't really want to snap in. Let's take a closer look at that. There's nothing preventing it from going in. I think if the plastic is just a bit worn from holding things in there. I'll see if maybe a rubber band or something like that could solve that. But let's simply test this first. Yeah, I think that is actually maybe the issue here. What I'm gonna do. Yeah, it might be a bad RAM socket or just a weird connection here. I'm gonna get just a non-conductive material here and just prop it between those memory modules. I'm just seeing if there's something I could grab. That's not large enough. Floppy disk, that's very appropriate. We're just gonna put that. No, that's not gonna do it. That's silly. Let's see, what could we do? What could we do? Just looking at all the plastic bits on my desk. I don't have chopsticks. Oh, they can be replaced. That's a job all into itself. I'm just gonna hold the memory module. Let's do that. So I'm gonna put the original ROM sim back in here. So it's gonna run the memory check. I'm just gonna hold that memory module forward and see if that makes a difference when we turn it on. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it chimed with the original ROM sim. Let's just wait for it to come to a question mark there. I don't know, maybe I am conductive. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Alright, so now I'm letting go of that memory module. I'm going to see if it does the death chimes. No. Okay. So it doesn't really care then. So it's fine with smaller memory modules here. So let's just reinsert the other ones there. Maybe it's just the way they're inserted, the order they are in. Those memory modules are much larger. Maybe it's putting more stress on the port. But we know that with the original memory the ROM sim here, it is working with memory. So yeah, these modules are much thicker. Let's clean these. I would love to look up the date code on these memory modules, because if you're saying that this was sitting in a closet for 25 years, I mean, that OWC logo looks pretty new to me, unless you just put those in when you were sending this along. I think they have like a lifetime warranty though on most of their stuff, so if it is the memory modules, you might be able to get some life out of it. But let's try here. Yeah, that second slot is a little flimsy here. I'm gonna not touch it. I'm not gonna pull that slot as I'm turning it on, and then I'm gonna try with it. Let's see what happens. Okay. Now I'm gonna hold that memory module forward. Okay, doesn't like that. I think it might fit in the chassis. I never plugged the whole thing back in there, but all right. So we do have a bit of a conundrum here. Now, Joshua, have you ever had those chimes come up when you were dealing with this issue with this machine before? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming this is a new development, which is adding to the puzzle here. Oh, you just bought the OWC memory. Okay. So you don't know. You had no sound. Okay. Now, did you have the lines on the screen, Joshua? refresh my memory. I could look up the ticket, but you're here, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Did you have the weird lines on the screen when you started it up, or did it go to like the cursor? I'm going to look up these modules. They might be a different speed because the SE30 needs a particular speed of memory. We had horizontal lines after a month of happy use. Okay, so that is... Now, when it was working happily, was that using this OWC memory or was that using other memory? Okay, so it was happy using the OWC memory. Okay. All right. All right, so I'm going to unplug everything from this board here. We're going to take a closer look. We put everything back for this board here. Very interesting. I'm actually going to take a quick break, get a glass of water, because I've been having a frog in my throat for the past 2 hours and 19 minutes, and I'm going to take a little break. So I'll be right back. Let me put on the grooving music here, and we'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry, Jay, for getting that song stuck in your head. All right, let's look at the chat. Sorry about this. Was Okay, well, we could certainly try putting the larger memory modules in Bank B. That's a question. Actually, wait, I have photos of when I got the machine. I believe they were all in Bank A. So, there's my phone. I mean, that shouldn't have been the problem. Let's double check. Oh, that's right. So the machine was shipped to me with the memory modules removed. So, Joshua, since you're here, I'll ask you again. Do you remember if the modules for the memory were installed towards the top of the machine or towards the bottom of the machine? So were these modules installed here or here? I'm going to try the opposite. We're going to see. That's a good suggestion to see if Bank B is going to give us some luck here. Alright, so let's see if that wants to fix anything. 3, 2, 1. Same thing. So it doesn't matter what slots those memory modules in. What slots those memory modules are in, rather. No, I do not have a RAM tester. That'd be awesome. Oh, but you need to fill in back. Oh, well, yeah. Let's. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm testing what would have been, how the machine would have been before. So if there were only 4 memory modules in here, then that wouldn't really solve any problems for us. Let me just see if I have a set of something here. Because they all have to be matching. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, I doubt there's something like... I could be wrong. There could be a very particular issue that's causing this. So what we're going to do is we're going to text Bruce and bother him while he's not at his computer. Let's see if he'll respond to me here. Okay. I'm just typing a message here. Just give me a moment. Alright, so we'll see if Bruce wants to respond to our plea as we continue along here. That's right, he may be recording stuff, but either way, we'll bug him anyway. Have to go and bank. Hey, what would you... Yeah, let me bring up the manual for this guy. Hey, Kansas, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. So we are troubleshooting this. We had the memory modules in the front 4 slots. Okay, that's what I would have guessed. Let's see. Do I have the? Yeah. So let's see something here. Yeah, because if it was working successfully, it leads me to believe that something is a little screwy here, and it could just be it needs ultrasonic clean or something like that, or something else. So we're gonna continue here for a little bit. If I can't get this, we'll continue troubleshooting this off camera. I don't want to go too crazy, but let's take a look. So I'm gonna unplug everything from the board. We're gonna put the board back under the microscope so I could do a visual check here. Just clear off this little desk here. We stole all the RAMs. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look around this board here. Outside of the areas from where the capacitors are. So let me... Sorry, we had to move everything around. Everything got all discombobulated here. So you're not going to really see too much of me. Let's see. I don't know what the other memory modules I had were. They are of a different machine that's not mine, so I was just borrowing them for a bit. I do have 4 1 meg modules. Are those these over here? Are these they? Double check. These might be them. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so here's the 1 megabyte modules I was testing my machine with before, and here's my ROM sim. So we could test with this later. I just want to look around to see if I missed anything. Get a little closer here. Make sure there's no funny business going around in here. I'm just looking at each memory socket here. I see a very tiny microscopic splash of solder. Let's see if you could even get this on camera here. Look at that. We have some very tiny little solder splashes in here. I mean, that is just invisible to the naked eye right there. See if we get that out. I don't know if that would be problematic enough to cause an issue, but hey, Dave, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, Apple's Anonymous, they said the machine was booting fine for a while with those memory modules, so... Curious, very curious. So just to backtrack there, Joshua, the memory modules in this machine were the ones that were in the machine when you got it. Was that correct, or am I misremembering? Again, we do have a little bit of solder in there. Don't know how that got in there, but be happy to remove it. What piece of dust in there? Or... Oh, okay. So it came with the 4 1MB sims. Okay. So let me just be 100% clear then. I just want to make don't make assumptions here. So did you ever have this machine running successfully with those new OWC memory modules, or did you just send the memory modules to me to test them with? And I apologize if I don't remember. I must have not recalled. Hello. All right, let's just see if there's anything else that could be potentially touching anything or anything like that. Okay, so they were in there for 1 month in the front. All right. Very interesting. Yes, I mean, it could be that the memory went bad, which is unlikely. I have an idea. I'm going to test the memory on my own SE board. Let's do a test here. So let's... where did I put my SE30 board? That's a good question. Let me get up over here. I think this one's mine over here. Let me just take a look. No, that's not mine. Where'd I put mine? Where'd it go? Just give me a second here, guys. It was here recently. Oh yes, I will be able to check that. Okay, so I'm gonna just this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna borrow my friend Tim's board here. I'm going to install your memory modules in his board with your ROM. So we're going to test all of your components here and see if we get the same result. That will help us troubleshoot if there is a problem with the memory or with your ROM. We'll take the SC30 logic board out of the equation. Put a little sticker on this so I remember whose ROM sim this is. Well, that didn't do what I wanted to do. If I could peel the backing of this sticker, that'd be helpful. Alright, so we're going to write Tim on this one. That's the other Tim. Tim B. Yep. Alright, so I'm going to move that ROM sim to the side. I'm going to grab the ROM sim from your machine. Yes, I'll take you guys off that view in 1 second. I'm just taking modules out of things. It's not too exciting. So just bear with me 1 moment here. Come on, you little sticker. This is not very exciting to view. Hurry up. Really? What I'm trying to do is just peel the backing of this sticker. Now it's a label, so usually if at the full size of this before I cut it down, because I use these on a lot of things. And I don't like to waste them, so it's very hard sometimes to just get the backing off of the sticker, isn't it now? Let's see if the scalpel wants to help. Yeah, that did it. Alright, so then this is this one. Alright, so same revision of the board. We are trying your memory and your ROM sim in a different SE30 board. Just to see if this is going to resolve the problem. Or if it's going to also make unhappy noises. Which in that case, maybe some with the memory is not quite right. Alright, so this is a different board, but with your memory and with your memory modules. So let's see if this makes any difference here. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so this tells me, and see, we're getting weird static on here. This tells me there's something with these memory modules it doesn't quite like. I'm going to remove your ROM sim. I'm going to try another ROM sim, another Apple stock ROM sim. Same thing. And last but not least, I'm going to try my ROM sim, which is a little bit different looking. So I have a feeling that, and now, yeah, we're going to try the Big Mess of Wires one again, which bypasses that memory check and boots up fine. So something is going on with these memory modules, Joshua. because the Big Mess of Wires ROM skips all the memory checks. Now, I do not have other 16 megabyte modules to mix and match to try, because unfortunately you have to match all 4 of these. Detected 64 megabytes of memory. Yeah, so now, again, if we use the smaller memory modules, it's fine. But, exactly, Michael. It did see all the memory once it was booted, but it skips a memory check. So there could be something faulty with the memory modules, or it could just be picky. It might not like the speed of them or something like that. Now, Joshua says the machine was booted happily with these memory modules. And were these the only modules you had in, Joshua? Or did you have all 4 modules in at the same time? I'm sorry, all 8 modules in at the same time? Did you have like, the 64 plus the other ones, or do you just have 4 in at the time? I don't have a software memory check offhand. I'd have to download some, and that'll probably be a little boring. But I do have the ability to do that. Yeah, I mean it does detect it in System Profiler and everything. Let me do this then. I'm trying to think if I have a tech tool on a. It might be on the SCSI 2SD. Yeah, let's do that. I don't mean to rush. I'm just trying to think of things. Let's plug this in for more. So just the 64 megs, not the other ones. Okay, very interesting. Well, we're gonna see if there's a problem. And hello, Dana. All right, so let's try this. There were physical interference issues. Interesting. Okay. So, we're not using your board just for this test. Then we'll go back to the board. Now, it would help if I had a keyboard and a mouse plugged in, wouldn't it? My other Mac has different memory. The modules are much larger, so it would not help. Oh, the other 4 were taller. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could be something where, I don't know, something with the memory got a little weird. These are just guesses. I've no idea. Now, it booted very quickly that time. The last time it took a little while longer, but that was on your boards. Let's just see here if I have Tech Tool on here, or Tattletech, or one of those. Speedometer even would test. Mac check. This might be able to do it. Let's see. That ringing noise is the analog board. It's nothing related to the logic board. It's something I have to fix. I don't know what it is, to be honest. So this is a different logic board, Jay. So for those of you who missed it, we tested his memory modules and his ROM sim in a different SC30, had the same problem. However, if you use a non-Apple ROM sim, the Big Mess of Wire ROM sim, it skips the memory check and allows the machine to run with the memory that doesn't like it in the other one. So. Banana phone. Did you get that thing I sent you? So MacCheck is running an initial check as it's doing this. I don't know if it could test the memory modules directly, but all right. So let's go to system information, physical memory, 64 megs. So it's detecting all of the memory. And MacCheck has not run any problems, but system info, additional system info, diagnostics, test. Alright, running PRAM test, running ADB test, checking volume ROM disk, checking Macintosh SD disk. I do have a Discord server. It is not up and running yet, so we are still in the testing phases, but once that is launched, I'd be happy to let you know. I don't know if the tech step would be able to understand 64 megabytes of memory. That's what I'm curious about. I had to run that test anyway on this board, so it's not a loss. Let's see if there's any other tools or utilities that I have on here that could run the test. If not, I'll just get another SD card. What's Mac Tools Clinic? Oh, Power Macintosh. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oop, spelled something wrong. That's not going to help. Alright, so let me turn... Well, is there anything on the ROM disk here? No. Alright, so let me shut this off for a second so I could move some files around here. Okay. Oh, Anthony, well, if you want, Anthony, you could send me a message at Mac84TV, TV as in television, Mac84TV at gmail.com, and I'd be happy to try and help you out there. Yeah, I just need you guys are mentioning some great utilities. I just don't happen to have them on an SD card. So, where is my other SD card? I have another SCSI to SD adapter, which I had over here when I was messing around with this Performa. So let me go grab that. I believe it has some tools on there that'll help us out. You continue to lovingly stare at this SE30 for a few moments. Alright, we're just going to do things the easy way then. I'm not going to bother with another SD card. I'm just going to use one of the Mac Minis I have here, and we'll just do what I was supposed to do before. So let me move this slightly out of the way here. Make sure the Tiger Mac Mini is awake. Okay. Actually, wait, no, I was confused which one I'm using, though. This Mac Mini or that one? Alright, that one's awake. Alright, so let's... And let's get that SD card out of there and put it in here. And then let's wake up the other machine here. Sorry, you're not being able to see whatever the heck I'm doing. Where's the button here? There we go. All right, so I'm going to use this computer to copy some stuff onto there. All right, let's... Oh, where's the keyboard? There it is. Oh, this desk is a proper mess, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, good old Mavericks. Okay. Well, it would help if I had the location. Where's the heck is the thing? This has been a long stream. Well, that's what that mouse is. Okay, never mind. I can just use this guy. There we go. You're not going to be able to see much of this. My apologies, but at the remote desktop into the Leopard G4 machine, where the Macintosh SD card is, and I can plug this keyboard into that. Hopefully, maybe, yeah. Okay. Alright, so let's put some software on here. So we need, what was one of the ones? Snooper, you said? And then Tech Tool and stuff like that. Oh boy. Sorry, just adjusting myself here. And why? So the cursor will move. Oh, this is frustrating. Alright, well, we'll figure this out. Okay, so why? What? So let's see if I have Snooper on here. I don't. What about Tech Tool? If not, it's a trip to Macintosh Garden. Oh, here we go. Tech Tool 1.15. That'll be handy. So let me go to the Utilities folder on this SD card. And we'll copy over some of these. Oh, that might actually be... That's from 1997? Oh, we'll try it anyway. Might be too new, though. Alright, and let's grab some modern software here. And it doesn't, you know, I should have this software on an SD card anyway. On one that I know where it is. But, oops, sorry, I hit the camera. You hit the camera! Alright, so here's Snooper. We'll download that. And I'll copy that over the network here. Well, thank you. Yes, we've made some good progress. Now we have some curiosities to figure out. But thank you for stopping by. Oh, this keyboard. It's more like the Bluetooth on this Mac is just garbage. You're not even 3 feet away from the computer. And you're bugging out. Alright, so let's try this again. Alright, so we're going to copy over Snooper there. Let's get a version of Tech Tool. Again, I keep smashing into the camera. My apologies. Tattletech is another one. That's the one I wanted. First one what version is that? Version 2? That might work. Who knows? And then we need Tech Tool. So we'll download a few of these. Earthquake! Which is the version of Tech Tool I already had? Well, let's download this one anyway. Alright, so we have Tattletech and we have Snooper. And Speedometer. And Tech Tools. That should help us. Alright, so let's copy these things over here. So we're just copying over some software so we can do some tests here. Just give me a moment. Okay, and then let me just copy some other stuff over here. Okay, so that's Snooper copied over. I'm going to copy Speedometer over there just because it wouldn't be a bad idea to have that there. I don't know if it'll run on this system, but just to have it there. And then we just need Tech Tool. Okay, so everything's copied over, so let's eject this SD card here. And we'll try booting it up and running some of these tests. How about that? Okay. So, good night, Trina. Okay, so we're going to try this again. Let me move the camera so you can see the SC30 a bit better. Excuse me. Would help if I could see what I'm broadcasting. Okay. Alright, so let's turn this back on. 3, 2, 1. The semi-Arnold moment. His keyboard, the Bluetooth. Alright, so got that silliness out of the way. Alright, so there's a bunch of different pieces of software we could run on this thing now. So let's try Snooper. Because a disk error occurred. Well, thank you, Snooper. That is unfortunate. Let's try and mount the disk image, maybe? Okay. I don't think this ROM disk is the best thing to start off with. Let's restart from the SD card instead. We have plenty of memory. Might as well do that. Alright, so we're booting off of the SD card here. Or at least we were. I might not like the system on this SD card or something like that. Darn it. Let me try with extensions off or something. I don't know. Ugh. Yeah, something weird is going around here. It's almost like it doesn't like the memory. Which is scary. Oh, I have an idea. It does give us the problem for the RAM disk. Yeah, it boots into the ROM fine. But I haven't tried the RAM disk yet. Let's try that option. Pie. Enjoy. So boot into the RAM disk fine. Let's try other apps here. I don't know if we're going to get any luck here, but try Tattletech. No. Tech Tool. No. Disk error. Disk error. Disk error. Alright, something screwy's going around here. Huh. Alright, so I tried another system folder on the SCSI2SD adapter and it's booting. That's good. So the SCSI 2SD light, you could barely see it over there, is blinkety blinking. So it's still loading from it. It's a little slow, but I forget what version of the system software this is. Six point 6.0.8. Alright, so I doubt we'll be able to run any of these utilities, but I'm just curious. Busy or damaged, yeah. Oh, I didn't see how much memory it detected. Yeah, it should fly. There's something screwy here. Now, the system folder on the SCSI 2SD adapter was taken from a boot disk, so I mean, I don't know if that's just getting confused because it's running off of a SCSI drive or what. Yeah, System 6 should not be slow on this machine at all. Good night, Joe. Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so this is detecting 65 megabytes of memory. So let's go to System Picker here and try and boot this thing correctly. Maybe it was just getting confused. Yeah, see, I have a System Tools folder, then I have this regular system folder, so... Now, honestly, I've never really played around with an SC30 with this much memory. There could be special requirements for special software, but we shouldn't be getting into that issue, I don't think, of it just refusing to do things. Very curious. Now, I do have... where did that go? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? I do have my floppy MU. Here it is. Let's try something else. We're going to use all the things. Let's try booting off of the floppy MU here. Too late. It's booting off of that. Alright, so we're booting off of the virtual floppy drive to a disk tools image. I'm just going to see if it's going to start up correctly. No worries, Claire. Thank you very much. Yeah, there are 64 megabytes total, but I think there's something. If I had to bet on something, I'd say there's something potentially problematic with the memory, but I'm not sure. Well, don't forget, I'm using the Big Mess of Wires ROM chip, so ROM sim, so that is doing some of the lifting here. What I'm very curious of is if we could do a memory test. No worries. Don't worry about the grammar. Please. Me no speak good English either. Oh, that's right. That disk image is annoying. Try. Alright, so it's booting off of a different floppy image. This is very curious. Very curious. Still booting off that virtual floppy. Oh, this is the fun of troubleshooting, and why you usually don't live stream troubleshooting, because it could just go on for hours without making much sense. But I'm very curious if we could narrow down the issue here. Rebuilding the desktop file. Sure, go ahead. Yeah, the floppy MUs are very, very helpful. Especially when you have a weird situation like this where, you know, you have one SCSI adapter and one floppy adapter. Alright, so we're booted into a Disk Tools version of System 7. It's very minimum, but I'm just seeing if maybe we could launch like Snooper or something like that. Also curious how much memory it detects. Yes, with known good memory, your board boots up just fine, Joshua. So with memory that I've tested before, it boots up just fine, which is good. Yeah, I need to make another little SD card with just like System 7.0 or something. I was in the process of doing that. I don't know where I put that SD card, so we're not going to be able to use that now, but... Why does it keep saying because of a disk error? This is very strange. Whenever I'm not booted off this system, it's very weird. It's very weird. Yeah, what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to Joshua's board here. Because at least we figured out that whatever problems it's having with the memory is shared across boards. So alright, so let me put everything back onto this board here. Let's do some rudimentary things here. I'm gonna put some memory in here in a second. Let me just take everything out. Yeah, that's what I would assume. The disk error would be a memory error, because obviously the disk works. But booting up and freezing, be a memory error too, so very strange. I'm just taking my sweet time getting these memory modules out because of these plastic clips. I don't want them to break. Put everything back into the other Tim's board here so we don't mix anything up. But Tim, thank you very much for sending your board in, because that was a good quick test here. And we did do some tests on your board, so it's one step closer to coming home with you. We just have to run some of the hardware tests that I want to do. And we have to give it an ultrasonic bath. Okay, so what we're going to do is put your original ROM sim back in, but I am just going to put in some memory that I have here that has worked on my Macintosh SEs before. And I think they're just 1 megabyte modules, so nothing too fancy here. Okay, so let's plug everything back in. Tim 1 or Tim 2. We'll call you Tim E. How about that? So Tim E, I was using your board as a test. So thank you for sending yours in as well. Alright, so let's plug all our adapters and cables back in here. So this is just with 4 megabytes of memory here, but this should boot right up. 3, 2, 1. Alright, so that's happy. So this is just with 4 megabytes of standard memory here. Rebuilding a Mac 2 all evening. Well, Adam, we have an interesting machine. We have an interesting problem, I guess. We have a client's machine which has provided these OWC memory modules, which are 16 megabytes each. They should work fine on an SC30, but we're having some issues. And why isn't this detecting the SD card? Make sure I plug this cable in correctly. This SCSI cable is a little crusty, so maybe that's another problem, but... Alright, we're not getting any SCSI activity. I thought we were doing that. Yeah, we were getting it before. I don't know if it was on this machine, though. Okay. So that's concerning. What's going on here? Is there perhaps something wrong with the SCSI bus on this machine? It's not providing any termination power to the SCSI to SD adapter, but I thought... Huh. I'm using your ROM, the standard ROM that you sent along with this machine. So let's boot up into... say System 7. So maybe there's some crud on the board or something that the SCSI bus doesn't seem to be cooperating. It could just be a bad cable or something like that, but yeah, so we have 4 megabytes of memory here. And things seem to be working okay with only 4 megs of memory. Seems to be fine. Yeah, I mean, it's strange because just the other SE30 I was running, it didn't need external power. But I have external power right here, so might as well try and see if that wants to resolve it. Maybe it's something with the SCSI termination, something screwed up that needs to be fixed or something, but doesn't hurt to try. Yeah, now the SCSI light is blinking. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't need external power on this machine. It should not. So maybe there is something going on here that is by a capacitor or something that we missed, or something that just needs to be cleaned off this board. Because now it's booting from the SCSI to SD adapter, but that may tell us that there may be a power issue here. Maybe it's not powering the memory correctly. I have no clue. There could just be a little solder ball somewhere causing some havoc. Because this identical setup with just a slightly different board here, same memory module, well, not the same memory modules, same ROM sim, same SCSI to SD adapter, worked fine. There's a diode that tells the SCSI bus to provide termination power. Ah, okay. Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that. I'll have to refresh my memory of which diode. But that's a good point, Adam. That's why we're all here, trying to figure this out. Why is your SCSI bus not terminated? Did it freeze up? There's no more activity light here. Alright, something problematic's going on, because there's no SCSI activity light here at all. And this sort of had frozen up here. These memory modules are from a Macintosh 2CX, and they seem to work fine in this SE. They must be the appropriate speed. Yeah, something screwy's going on here. I don't know if it's the system folder on the SCSI to SD adapter. It could be a number of things that are going wrong with this. Very weird that it's retaining that image for so long. Yeah, too late for that. Yeah, that's where it freezes. Alright, let's reboot with the extensions off. I'm going to leave the machine off for, I'm going to count to 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. Holding down shift. I may also be using like System 7.5, which may not like this system because there's not enough memory in it. That might have been the problem. Oh, that's great, Adam. That's cool. Yeah, it's nice when just things are dumb enough to work. Yeah, I don't have a SCSI hard drive that's all formatted with the right OS and everything at this point, so. Yeah, I don't know what more I could test with this off the top of my head. It's gonna be something I'm gonna continue, but I'm gonna ultrasonically clean it first. I'm gonna check that diode. See, this is giving me disk errors too. There might be something wrong with the SCSI 2 SD adapter. Whatchamacallit? The installation of the OS I have on here. So, yeah. Well, we're not using the OWC memory right now, Jay, so. Michael. Yeah, the Macintosh 2, some of them actually came with 5 1/4 drives, so. No, we're not pulling out the Performer at this time. No, that's just asking for trouble. It's asking for trouble. So the board seems to work in some capacity. I think... Let's see something here. Just trying to think here. Oh, dead mini scribe. That's sad. Yeah, I honestly, I'm sort of at an impasse here. I'm trying to think how I could test this. Do I have another machine that could take this much memory? Yes. But I'd have to set that up. So what I'm probably going to do... let's think this through here. Alright. So, let me shut this machine down before it gets angrier at me. So, a few ideas come to my head. See if that diode is a problem, because if there's a diode issue here, there may be other issues on the board. I could take a look under the microscope at a later date just to try and figure that out. I have a 2CI and a 2CX. I think they could take up to 128 megs of memory. I don't know if they support 16 meg modules. They probably do. I'll just have to check. Yeah, no, they must. I don't know if it's compatible with those particular memory modules, but I could test those in that system. But I'm not going to do that right now. The other thing I want to do is get an SD card, put like system 6.08, and put another partition with 7.0. So I'm not booting off of 7.5, which is unnecessary for this particular test that I want to do. I want to make sure I have all those utilities to test it on too. I've been meaning to do that for a while, so just have to get that out of the way. So the good news is that board works with memory modules and a ROM sim. It seems to work. I think there's a weird issue with the SCSI power, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to think. Well, the reason, Jay, I'm not going to pull that 2CX out is because I don't know where I put it. Oh, jeez, where is it? I don't. There's too many machines around here. There's too many Macs around here. I never thought I'd say that. There are too many Macs. And just the thought of unclipping those memory modules again and again and again. I had to plug in a monitor. I'd have to go through the scaler and all that stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm very, very much puzzled on this. But let's do this. Let me unplug this keyboard here. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. I want to look at this board under the microscope again, because we were really just focusing on the capacitors. Could very well be an issue elsewhere, and I missed it. So let's do that. Let's move this camera out of my way. There we go. I can try the Macintosh 2, except that's also... A lot of my machines are in parts because I test things when people send them to me. And I don't often have the time to put them back together when I want to. But that's okay. It's just not something I have the ability to test right now. Oh, thank you much, Mozam. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mozam. I greatly appreciate your super chat. Thank you very much. This eeps for you. Eep? Thank you very much. That is very, very, very kind of you. So let's lift this machine off of here. I'm not signing off just yet. Don't you worry. It is Friday night after all. You're going to sell your Classic 2. Well, make sure you say it was recapped live on Mac84. You could charge an extra $20 or $200. Hey. You're going to start spamming the chat. I'm going to ban you, and you'll never be able to chat again. Think about that. Think about that. Shady Robot. I am in New Jersey. So I am in the New York time zone, Eastern time zone. It is exactly 12:38 a.m. here. All right, let's take a look at this thing here. A dragon's hoard of Macintosh treasures. This is very true. Let's look at this thing again. Up late indeed. Yeah, so this board looks remarkably clean in some areas. So let's just take a tour around, see if we could spot anything that's out of the ordinary here, huh? It is behind me, but its power supply is not. Okay, so let's take a look. A lot of little spots here where an ultrasonic clean will clean this right up, so. My tweezers. What am I using my fingers for? Probably, Jay. Yes, I'll check that in a moment. Thank you. To the left of the SCSI connector. Well, that's this. Do you mean your other left? I mean, there's a lot of crud here, but... This is the floppy connector, unless you meant this. The big connector I started looking at. Ah! I mean, there are little solder balls and things like above that tantalum capacitor. This one right here, Jay? Or do you mean the one that's all by itself? I'll give you a few seconds to respond because there's a YouTube delay. Excuse me. That one. Okay. Thank you, Jay. That's the one I thought you meant. So you're saying... Oh, okay, it looked worse initially. Yeah, I mean, this is not the cleanest area, but... I should test the continuity. I could do that. No idea where that one's going, but... No worries. Thank you for taking a look. It never hurts to have an idea of where something may be. Here's the diode by the SCSI port. Honestly, can't tell you if that looks good or bad. Yeah, other than some little dust here and there and some little solder balls that need to be cleaned off, I'm not seeing anything outrageous. some smallest signs of corrosion on the edges of these chips here, but again, I'm not seeing anything really problematic. Well, the diode tester on my multimeter. What a concept. What a concept. I must not be doing it correctly. I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, it's the diode symbol, alright, but I'm not thinking properly. It's late. Just gonna keep looking to see if I can spot anything else. I'm gonna look on the opposite side of the board with my bare eyes here just to see if I spot anything weird. Any missing caps or anything like that. I think that cap is missing on this one too. Yeah, that one's missing there. Oh boy. Well, there is a bodge wire on this one. Let's see if that's actually still connected. We're not going to be able to get the microscope view on this one just because and it's connected anyway. Just because the memory module is making this thing sit up a lot, but no, it's connected anyway. Very, very peculiar. Not exactly sure what's going on. I will also look up. Well, see, that's the thing. If this thing was running correctly with these memory modules, it's very curious why it's not doing it now. I will give it an ultrasonic bath and see if that resolves a problem. I'm going to go and get a drink of water real quick. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me just take a little bit of a break because we're coming up on 4 hours here and I really have not had much of a break. So I'll be right back and we'll get this song stuck in Jay's head for a little bit. Okay. Let's see. We are back. The intermission music is great. Let me switch the main camera here. I got myself some snacks. We got some peanuts and chocolate chips and little mini marshmallows. So, yum, yum, yum. Keep me awake. So, fix the leg of that tripod there. So you spammed the chat and then you came back as somebody else. Not a smart move, dude. Calm down. Alright, so let me think of another machine that I have that can test this memory here. I know the 2CX might be one of them. Let's see. Or the 2CI rather. Let's see. Yeah, 128 megabytes memory. Well, I guess we could give the old try, huh? Because I'm curious about that. I'm curious to test this memory to see if we have any faulty memory. That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Let's do it. Why the heck not? Alright, so let me move the camera just a little bit because there's a wall of crap here. So sorry about that. And I will be back with a computer. X. X. Okay. To see. Okay. Let's see here. So this is a Macintosh 2CI logic board. Now, a few problems with this board. This is the one that was covered in mouse poopy, but we fixed it. Yeah, that's the same thing happens to me, Retro. The same exact thing happens to me. I don't know. Old sim testers are just very expensive because people like me want them. I tried to bid on one and I got outbid, so it was not meant to be. So this board was ultrasonically cleaned because it had some issues. The problem was I took the processor out and now when I try and put it back in, it's just not going in because the pins are slightly bent. So I sort of put this off because I didn't want to like try and fix it, but I guess I gotta do it now. That one's slightly bent. That's like it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I need more places to put things. Understatement of the century here. All right, so let's try and take a look at this. It's very pretty. Unfortunately, all the markings on the top went bye-bye because of the ultrasonic cleaner. I could always probably put a label on that or something. But all right, so yeah, there's a bent pin there. So let's Let's try and carefully. This might be out of focus for you guys, but it's so dizzying to look at these things sometimes. All right, let's see if that was enough to do it. No, it did not like that. It almost did, but then it got sad. So let's take this chip carefully off of the board. So I don't really have any replacements. I know they're not too expensive, but you don't want to hurt it. All right, so I think it's on this side of the board, this side of the chip rather. Sure, you're the one who wants me to stream, and then you leave. No worries, Jay. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. I see that one's kind of not aligned as it should be. Let's see if that helped. No, still something weird. I wonder, there's nothing jammed in there, is there? No. Socket looks okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean they're not perfectly straight, but I could spend hours at this. Oh, take my glasses off. See if I could see this a little better. My vision is just going to poo right now. I can't really see. Oh, there we go. Yay! And I will never take that processor off again. Oh, thank you, Shady Robot. Very much appreciated for the super chat. Eep! Thank you very, very much. Do image files have resource forks? That's a very good question. I have absolutely no idea. Alright, so this is a Macintosh 2CX. It does have a ROM sim slot, so we could boot it off of the Big Mess of Wires ROM sim if we had to. But hopefully we won't have to. And I believe everything else about this machine works, so let me get the case. Okay. Now I will need a video card here. Look, if you're going to spam the chat and you're actually under the age that YouTube allows you to have an account, don't be surprised if somebody bans you. Be respectful, dude. All I'm going to say, last warning. You've been warned plenty of times during this stream under both of your usernames. I honestly don't like putting up with that crap. So, last time, bud. Alright. Alright, so I do need a NuBus video card for this. So let me go grab one, I guess. Alright, so let's make sure this doesn't have any bent pins or anything. This is a Super Mac video card. Okay. Alright, so let's see, do we have the right video adapter here? See if this one wants to work. Where's that VGA cable? Is that this one? I think. We'll find out soon. No worries, Neil. Thank you very much for stopping by, and thank you for hanging in. I know it's a long one. This is a long one. All right, let's just try it and see something. If well, .image files and .img files can be very similar, I believe. I need that keyboard, don't I? Oh, that's right. I took the speaker out of this thing because I'm an idiot. But anyway. Let's see if we get any signs of life out of it. I don't think this video card likes the... Oh, I have no memory in the machine too. Hold on a second here. Let's get everything sorted here. Oh boy. I knew this was just going to be another rabbit hole. Yeah, I wish YouTube would do a better job of that too, but unfortunately, I have absolutely no control over it. But it happens to me too. You know, I will be expecting a notification and not get it, and yeah. All right, so. All right, now we have some memory in here. Let's see if this gives us a different thing. So we get any image on the screen. Might just be the VGA adapter I'm using. Let's try a different one. Or it could be I'm using the wrong VGA cable. I mean, there's a possibility of a lot of things here. What cable is that? And if it helps, I don't know if you're on Twitter, but I do try and post whenever I do a live stream. I do try and post it on Twitter also. Oh, there we go. Okay, it was the wrong darn VGA cable. Okay, so let's move this camera over. So this is a Macintosh 2CX, and it's booted up. Well, it's trying. Right, so let's I'm going to need a speaker. Let me go get the speaker. Now, it's not the original speaker, but it should work fine. Let's try it again. Okay. Let's see if it'll boot off a floppy. Alright, it is booting off a floppy disk, so that's good. Now we may still have the same problem with this system as we were doing with the other, that it won't boot to the SD card or whatever, but... Oh, am I having the same problem I was having before? See, when I cleaned this board, I was having ADB issues, and I still am having ADB issues. Damn it. I thought I would have resolved that, because I wasn't able to test it because I didn't put the processor back on. That's annoying. So, this board is not going to be of much help for us, unfortunately. And I still have quirks to figure out on this. Might be a bad trace or something. I mean, this board was in pretty rough shape. Yeah, something is screwy with this machine. Boy. I think I'm gonna call it here because nothing wants to work right now. Oh boy. Yeah, the 2CI is that's a whole other deal. So I think I'm gonna cut my losses here. We got the SE30 to show some signs of life. We have to diagnose that memory. That's the problem here. We have to see what's going on with that because I'm very curious. I want to know that before we send anything back to our client. But I think we're going to call it here. Been going for 4 hours and 13 minutes. Getting a little tired, to be honest. And nothing seems to be wanting to cooperate with me tonight. I have 2 streams this weekend. 2. We're going to be doing an Open Talk episode with James. And then we're going to be doing another Open Talk episode on Sunday. So Open Talk on Saturday and Sunday. We're having a lot of fun here. So that's going to be something to look forward to. Tomorrow, Saturday, 1:30 p.m. there'll be a stream. Sunday, 1:30 p.m. there'll be another stream. So I'm going to have to rest up. But thank you very much for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for all the super chats. Very, very kind of you all. And I am glad we did get the Macintosh SE30 working again. But there's still some bugs to iron out with that memory, I think. So we have to figure that out. But thank you very much for stopping by. If you haven't liked or subscribed to the channel already, please consider doing so. And yeah, that's about it. So thank you very much for watching. I do have a Patreon if you're not aware of that. Patreon.com/Mac84. As low as $1 a month if you want to subscribe to that. You get extra perks and behind the scenes videos and stuff like that. Which reminds me I have one to post. Anyway, good night. Take care. Thanks for watching. And have a good weekend. Happy Friday. Well, it's Saturday now, but bye.